make you smile, don't I? We're like the waves on a big blue stormy sea, but still you're the one who brings out the best in me. We're a little messed up, baby, kinda up and down, and we keep falling till we hit the ground, but then we get back up again. Yeah, we're a little messed up, baby, it's never getting boring when we keep aiming for the stars, just you and me. We always get back up again. You and me. Baby, you and me. There's no one else who can make me feel like I can do anything I dream of but you. We can fight all day and make love at night, 'cause we always figure it out, don't we? Yeah. Yeah, we're like the waves on a big blue stormy sea. We're a little messed up, baby, kinda up and down, and we keep falling till we hit the ground, but then we get back up again. Yeah, we're a little messed up, baby, it's never getting boring when we keep aiming for the stars, just you and me. We always get back up again. You and me. You and me. Baby, you and me. You always leave me wanting more, baby, you and me, we're like the perfect storm, and you know that I can't get enough of you, no. Yeah, we're a little messed up, baby, kinda up and down, and we keep falling till we hit the ground, and then we always get back up again. We're a little messed up, baby, kinda up and down, and we keep falling till we hit the ground, but then we get back up again. Yeah, we're a little messed up, baby, it's never getting boring when we keep aiming for the stars, just you and me. We always get back up again. You and me.
I used to stay up all night trying to find my place, chasing neon lights and looking for some kind of trace to lead me out of darkness. Give me a little faith, something to make me stronger, someone who could light the way. Then you came to me and you gave me reason. I almost can't believe it. Every time we touch, I feel at home. There's no way I'd ever let you go. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. I don't know what you do to me, but I feel like I am way up in the sky. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. 'Cause when we touch is when I really come alive. Cause when we touch is when I really come alive. I don't know anybody that could compare to you. The way you're always smiling, the way you light up a room. I couldn't live without you, not even if I tried. 'Cause every day I'm with you, I'm flying over the clouds. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm flying over the clouds, and I'm not coming down. Every time we touch, I feel at home. There's no way I'd ever let you go. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. I don't know what you do to me, but I feel like I am way up in the sky. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. tried. Ooh, I couldn't be without you now. I just can't see how, 'cause I need you by my side. Every time we touch, I feel at home. There's no way I'd ever let you go. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. Yeah, I don't know what you do to me, but I feel like I am way up in the sky. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. 'Cause when we touch is when I really come alive.
Hey there, chat. Okay, you're gonna see where we left off. Let me just cue my other playlist here. Give me a second. Okay, so where's Kendra gone? She's hanging around here somewhere. Not sure where though. You'll see. What the fucking music is this? Jesus.
Just last week, Apache Superset was promoted to being a top-level project by the Apache Software Foundation. Apache Superset is around big data visualizations and business intelligence solutions through data exploration, while now Apache Charts has joined it as the latest top-level project.
Okay, interesting. Kendra, thank you for that. Okay, so we were busy implementing our OSPF interface cost and ECMP weight settings, right? I think I got quite far with that. Let's just quickly check what our options are actually looking like at the moment. How the fuck do we run this now? I think just with Python BirdPlan. Okay, so we've got our OSPF options, which only has interface at the moment. And that's got cost, ECMP, wait, and show that we need to implement, right? So cost set has got two options, the interface and the cost is set for it. Okay, so what we probably need to do is plumb that shit in, man. How on earth are we going to do that though? Let's see what we had for graceful shutdown adding. Oh, I wonder if we can just copy this. Might be an idea. Let's see what happens if we just copy this and start with the interface cost. So what we need to do, how are we going to determine if the interface is actually one that's been set up? Because that can be a wildcard, right? Like with a star. I wonder if there is... where's my Firefox gone? Just give me a second, chat. Let's figure out where my Firefox disappeared to. And we probably need plant UML as well. Just give me a moment. Plant UML. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can get Firefox here. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, so Python match pattern with star. Maybe there's an easy way to do this. I don't really want to use a regular expression. Python match pattern file name. Maybe there is a Unix file name pattern matching. That might work. That might actually work. But that takes a file name and a pattern, right? That might work for what we need. The only thing that's basically supported is a star. Actually, I think a question mark might be supported as well. Let's quickly check Bird's manual for that. OSPF. Interface pattern is what we're after. Let's see what that looks like. Interface definitions allows to specify options for sessions associated with such interfaces and also may contain interface specific options. Interface for interface patterns. It can take a star right. That's, I think, the only thing that we're interested in is a fucking star there. So alphanumeric and star, right? That's the only thing that we're going to support for this.
I think I got a virus from browsing too much porn.
Oh my god, Kendra, not again. Don't do that, mate, please. I warned you multiple times. My phase. We probably can't use the not here though. Not quite sure about that. I think the command line parsing will actually pick that up, but maybe we should anyway. Okay, so we can then say no OSPF interface specified to set, for fuck's sake, set cost for, right? Where were we? Over here. So if we don't have a command line argument for interface, we check if we're on the console, we print out an error, no OSPF interface specified to set cost for. No OSPF interface. SPF interface specified to set cost for. Okay, we load our configuration. I think what we can do here, this will be interface list, and it'll be OSPF interface list, or oh my dear Jesus, there's a lot of peers here. Can we just go change peer to iPhase maybe? See how that works out. We're on the command line, on the console maybe. If command line.is console, check if the iPhase is in the list. iPhase in interface list. OSPF iPhase already added to Graceful shutdown list. So what we pretty much probably need to do there, are we going to allow an interface to be added even if it's not present in the configuration? Probably, right? In case we onlining a new interface, we want to set the cost values first, then add it to configuration, then load the configuration, and then set the cost value again. So we probably don't want this over here then. Check if the iPhase is in the list. We probably don't need to do that. Probably not. Okay, so this is going to be OSPF set interface cost, right? We don't really need the list of interfaces in, do we? Probably not. The thing is, we've only got one interface on the command line as well, so we don't need this either. We probably just need this, and this over here would be cmdline.args.iphase. I think that might actually be a list. We'll have to see. We shall see what it is. BGP, and oh, that's not going to be BGP, that's going to be OSPF. Interface cost set to cmdline.args. cost, right? Now hang on, can we specify a type of this argument? Python 3 argpass. Let's see if we can specify a type of it. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, just give me a moment, chat. Just give me 1 second.
I just found something interesting. A standard slinky measures 87 feet when stretched out.
Just give me a moment. Hey there, the Malcolm, how's it going, mate? What am I working on? This is a project called BirdPlan. Here's the details over here, just give me a second. There's the details there, mate. It's a BIRD Internet Routing Daemon configuration tool. Now, do we have a type for our argument? Where is my fucking find button gone? Type equals int. Oh, well, that actually makes things 10 times easier. We don't have to care then about what type the argument is. Can we just go type equals int then? Okay. Now, how do we remove the cost? That's the other thing. We might have to implement one more command to set the cost to nothing, right? So the default is used. We don't always want to have overrides. Anyway, we will let's add that to our to-do list. What the fuck is going on here? So you can modify the command line setup. Okay, that's been completed. That I did. Combine OSPF cost show, weight show into single interface show. I think we did that as well. Hang on, I'm just quickly scrolling everywhere here. Where the fuck did that file go that we were working on? Is this one over here, right? Yeah, we do have interface show, so that is sorted out as well. Unit testing we still have to do. Okay, so what we also need to do here then is we need to add remove command to remove explicitly sets interface cost and ECMP weight settings. Okay, that should be good. That should be good. Okay, so we need to pass this function then our interface and the cost of the interface, right? Bam, bam. And if we call via API, we probably need to do the same thing. Let's just copy this and put that there. Okay, so we probably need one more check over here to check that we do have a cost. I'm pretty sure that the command line argpass shit will do that, but everything else has it, so have a cost specified, have an interface specified. This will be cost. No OSPF interface. Cost specified. BAM. If interface. Cost specified. Okay. Okay. So we need a function in OSPF set interface cost. We need to implement that. See how in the fuck we're going to do that. I've got absolutely no idea at the moment. Okay, so that is pretty much that one sorted out. Now I'm pretty sure the ECMP weight one can be pretty much exactly the same, except for cost we're going to have ECMP weight. So if we go over here, we can just insert that. And let's look for cost and see if we can just do a change here. What the fuck is this music though? Jesus. It sounds like someone's fucking piano or guitar is having a seizure or something. Holy shit, man. No OSP interface to set. This will be ECMP wait for. ECMP wait for. Sure, we have a ECMP wait specified. This is going to be ECMP wait. This is going to be ECMP wait. This is going to be ECMP wait. Okay. Set interface ECMP wait. It's going to be ECMP wait. OSPF interface ECMP wait set to ECMP wait. And this over here is going to be ECMP wait. This is going to be ECMP wait. Okay. Okay, so OSPF set interface ECMP wait. We set the wait for the interface. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward, I think. I don't know how we're going to do the show yet. That we can maybe... that we're going to have to figure out. I suppose that is fine. BirdPlan command line options for OSPF interface ECMP set. Let's get these descriptions all nicely sorted out. For OSPF interface set cost. Hang on a second. It will be cost set, right? Cost set. Interface cost set. Interface cost set. Okay, interface ECMP wait set, ECMP wait set. OSPF interface ECMP wait set. This needs a type as well. Where did we add the type to this one? Under nargs. Type equals int. don't know what's up with the fucking climate control here, chat. It's fucked as usual. What fucking temperatures are outside? Just give me a second. It's fucking 21 degrees Celsius, but clouds or something. A little bit. But it's fucking like 30 degrees in here at the moment. I don't know fucking why that is. Pretty weird. Okay. ECMP weight set, right? Why is this now cost set here? Set OSPF ECMP weight. Interface to set Interface to set OSPF ECMP weight for PF ECMP weight. And this will be OSPF interface ECMP weight set, and this would be.
Here is an interesting
ECMP
fact I
weight.
just found. Dueling
God.
is legal in Paraguay as long as both parties are registered blood donors.
Wait, what? What did she even say? Dueling is legal in Paraguay as long as both parties are registered blood donors. What the fuck, eh? Duel to the death, chat. It's perfectly legal as long as you're a blood donor. That's a bit of a fucked up law though. Okay. I think this might look good. So now we need to figure out where those functions are that we need to implement. I think it might be in here. I have a feeling, but I might be wrong. Wait a minute. What is our BGP graceful shutdown functions called? BGP graceful shutdown peer list. Got to find out where that function is, because that's the key, right? It's over here. Well, that's interesting. That is very interesting, mate. Well, you know what we can probably do here is cut this out. That's how we add our BGP peer to quarantine. We can just find out where our OSPF is. Probably shove it in there. I don't see anything to do with OSPF here though. It's all BGP stuff. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let us add it then over here. Alphabetical order, you know. Let's just make this so we can see what's going on here. We're gonna do cost first, right? So let's grab this function. And where was that? Over here. Okay, this is going to be interface string, comma, cost int, set an OSPF interface cost. It's going to be interface to set the OSPF cost for, and we then are going to need cost int OSPF interface cost. Okay, using of, that doesn't sound very good at all. Should probably be the use of oh, for fuck's sake, what did I even press there? I don't even fucking know. Jesus. The use of BGP. Okay. Okay, cool. So, what we then need to do, raising check if we don't have a state file loaded. The use of OSPF interface cost. This doesn't make any fucking sense. None loaded. What the fuck does that even mean? Oh. Let's just check these again. The use of BGP crystal shutdown requires a state file. None loaded. Okay. Sure. Okay. The use of OSP interface cost, we should probably then put here, requires a state file unloaded. Okay. And then we need to check OSPF not in self.state, and self.state OSPF is equal to a blank fucking array. Just give me a second, chat. Give me a sec. Give me a second. Okay, sorry.
I was searching Pornhub and came to this conclusion.
God, Kendra.
Sex burns 360 calories per hour.
Okay. Okay, Kendra, thanks. If interfaces, are we going to say interfaces here? I think we are, right? OSPF. How did she even come to that conclusion? I don't even know. Interfaces, but hang on, that's not going to be a list. That is going to be another fucking dictionary, isn't it? Because we're setting the cost value. Okay. I suppose that's fine, but we need one more then. Because this is setting cost, right? It's setting cost. So, do we need one more or do we just set it? I think we just set it. Fuck that shit. If how even are we gonna do this? We're just gonna set it, right? I guess so. I guess so. So we can just go self.state. Can probably just do something like this. self.state OSPF interface cost equals cost. Right? Might work, might not work. Who knows? Who fucking knows, mate? Hang on a second. This needs to be indexed by interface. Aha. We do need another one of these. And this is going to be if interface is not in self OSPF interfaces, then we need to set interface, for fuck's sake, interface is equal to empty. And we need to squirt the interface in here. Bam. This needs to be set the interface cost value. Okay, so we have got our state now where we set OSPF interfaces, interface equals empty dictionary, and we set the interface cost value over here. Okay, now I wonder if we shouldn't do something else here and remove it if it's 0.
Hey Nigel, we have a new follower. Thank you for following Dark Honks.
Hey there, Dark Angs or Dark Ang SS. How's it going, mate? Thanks for the follow, man. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, man. And thank you, Kendra, for fucking reminding me as usual. Jesus. You're on the ball today. Maybe we should also have a remove option. So set will just set it, and remove will just remove the option we're setting. I don't know if that's a good idea though. Maybe it is actually a good idea to have a fucking remove option as well. Oh, we added a remove option. God, I'm fucking as slow as shit, mate. Holy fucking shit, man. Already added it to our to-do list. Okay. So the use of OSPF requires default to be loaded, and then where is that piece of code? Where? Hang on a second. Why are we over here? Oh, but that's fine, right? Okay. So theoretically, we should be able to set the cost of an interface now. If we go cost set each 0 100, and I think we specify a state file over here, birdplan.state maybe. Okay, birdplan.state. That should have actually returned and said that it's been set. It didn't do shit. But hang on, we don't even have OSPF here. There's no OSPF even configured. I suppose it's fine if it isn't configured, right? We could still be configuring it. But the fact that it's not doing shit now is not good. Didn't do anything when we just ran that.
A late change to GCC 11 is recognizing the std equals C++23 compiler option, but without actually enabling any new features of this next major version of the C++ programming language.
Okay, Kendra, thank you for that. God, what are you browsing? It seems to be fucking Pornhub and updates or something, or news. Just give me 1 second, chat. Just our landlord at the office sending an email to say do not pay the rent into some fraudulent bank account, lol. Who even believes shit like that without actually phoning them up and confirming it? I don't know, but they apparently had an issue. Where were we? We're supposed to be setting an interface cost here, right? But something is going wrong. Something is going really wrong here. Because we don't get any output, first of all. Which we should. And second of all, it's not being set. I don't see OSPF in our state file at all. Well, well, well. That's not good. That's not good at all. Just give me a second. Someone's fucking sending me messages on my phone here. Okay, so something here is a bit fishy, I think. I don't understand how this can't work though. OSPF interface cost set. That is right, OSPF interface cost set. How is that even added? Uh-oh, there's the problem. There's our problem. Oh, that looks both worse and better at the same time. Line 99, error. No attribute iPhase. Well, that's not good. Oh, it's called interface. Ah, interesting. I suppose we can then just rename it. args.interface. Replace all. Okay. Failed to load BirdPlan file. Give me a second, chat. Give me a second. Give me this 1 sec. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, where were we? It's my fucking Twitch gone. Okay, that's better. Okay, so we need to provide it with a configuration file. I suppose that's fine. We can do that. What do we -I? We've got a configuration file there. Unhashable type list. Ah, so it was a fucking list, isn't it? Okay. So we probably then need to do something like... It should have actually picked the typing up because that says string and that's now a fucking list or so. That's probably not good. No idea how that can happen, but anyway, it's not our problem. So we need to use the first interface then.
Hey Nigel, we have a new follower. Thank you for following Amal2.
Hey there, Amal2. How's it going, mate? Thanks for the follow, man. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, man. Why have we still got a list here? What the fuck? Oh, it's probably the cost now. Oh my dear Jesus. All of these are fucking lists of shit. Well, that's probably not going to be good. Maybe what we need to do instead is have interface and cost like this. Interface. Oh, Why DHs? I should have probably just done a search and replace. It would have been so much easier. Interface and cost, and then up top here what we can do is we can just go interface equals CMP.
Here's an interesting fact I just found. A duck's quack doesn't echo, and no one knows why.
Wait, what? How is that? Kendra, goddammit. Hey there, White the Ripper, how's it going, man? This is a project called BirdPlan. It's a BIRD Internet Routing Daemon configuration tool. We're busy setting command line options so you can set the OSPF cost and ECMP weight of interfaces from the command line instead of inside of the configuration file. So you can have a configuration file with your configuration in it, and you can just override the cost and the ECMP weight for various OSPF interfaces. Hey there, Mars Bar ZA. How's it going, man? I've been learning C++ because I seem to like hurting myself. Well, mate, that is definitely the truth if you're learning C++. My problem with C++, right, is I would probably sit there for days trying to figure out the best way to override, they call it override or overload the arithmetic operators, so you can add two objects together and shit like that. It's just too fucking powerful, man. You can do anything you want to do. It's crazy. And that's a little bit too much control for me, man. Too much control. You think BirdPlan's bad? Fucking, we've been here for how many months now? Like closing on 6, well 5, 4, I don't know, a lot. If we did this in C++, dear God. Key error interface. Why is there a fucking key error on interface now? Well, that's weird. That is very weird. OSPF interface which we're testing, and suddenly here it says that there's a key error. You did not see that, chat. You didn't see that. Avert your eyes. Interface ETH0 cost set to 100. Okay. Yeah, man. Didn't see anything. Now, in our BGP settings, right, we don't check if we have the peer, do we? If we're setting it to graceful shutdown, no, we don't check that we have it. So we allow configuring OSPF options from the command line without the interface even existing first. So you can set the cost of it, you can then reconfigure everything, and the cost will be immediately applied, and you can obviously set the cost to something else and it'll be applied again. So it doesn't have to exist. You can pre-set up costs and everything without using the configuration file, just using a state file. Okay, so then the next thing would just be the ECMP weight then that we need to be able to set as well. And that's pretty much exactly the same as cost. We can probably maybe do something like a rename here. Cost to ECMP weight. Oh shit. Maybe. Okay, set an OSPF interface ECMP weight. I can't actually wait until we see this thing actually in action, which I'm pretty sure maybe today, where we're going to create a network setup and we're going to change the weights of OSPF interfaces. I'm just wondering if we shouldn't like we can't add that to BGP yet. That would be amazing if we could actually feed BGP's recursive route resolution from a ECMP weighted interface and get it to be load balanced. That would be amazing if we could do that. We will be doing it, just not right now. We'll have to just do a plain OSPF configuration for this and see if the values are actually being used correctly. But we'll see. Interface to set the OSPF ECMP weight for ECMP weight, OSPF interface ECMP weight. The use of OSPF interface ECMP weight. Oh shit, fuck, what did I even do here? ECMP weight requires a state file, none loaded, and this is perfectly fine still. Prepare the state structure if it's not got what we need. Set the interface ECM. Oh Jesus, my fucking typing, holy shit on a stick. ECMP weight. Okay, so if we check our state file now, right, there's our cost. Now if we set ECMP weight, oh my god, why didn't it set, chat? Why didn't it? Oh wait, you know why? Yeah, fucking know why, mate. Because this should be ECMP weight set, not a fucking interface show, mate.
Want to hear a joke, chat?
Oh,
Here it
God.
goes. Did you hear about the guy whose whole left side was cut off? He's alright now.
Oh my dear Jesus. Kendra, what have you even gotten yourself into? I don't even know anymore. Chad, I think she's gone crazy. We might have to put her down. This is going to be interface, right? And this is going to be interface, right? And this is going to be 0, right? We need ECMP weight set over here. This is going to be ECMP weight, I suspect. Right. How did we do the other set? Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Okay. And this is then going to change to interface. Fuck. Interface, and in that block. And this is going to change to ECMP weight. Right, ECMP weight in this block. Okay, so OSPF interface ECMP weight set to ECMP weight. Okay. Namespace object has no attribute ECMP weight. Oh my dear fucking Jesus. Why on earth? It looks fine to me. Well, that is a interesting problem then. What line is that on? 109. Args ECMP, wait. What the fuck? We can't have a fucking minus in its name, can we? Oh. Well, that's probably not good. Is there a way in which we can get what that fucking thing's name is? Let's check our manual chat. ArgPass, right? We should have something somewhere here that can maybe tell us. Unless, oh, isn't it the metavar? Metavar, right? This is just a fucking example. It's a fucking how-to. We need the actual manual for that. Metavar N. Oh, interesting. So if we then, oh, we got metavar ECMP, wait, but then why the fuck is it not work? Oh shit, this one probably has to be an underscore. Here we go. Bam, ECMP, wait, set. Okay, chat, I just quickly need to grab another cup of coffee. Just give me a moment.
Hey Nigel, we have a new follower. Thank you for following Miss 5x5.
Hey there, Miss 5x5, how's it going, mate? Thanks for the follow, man, greatly appreciated. Thanks, man. Thank you, Kendra, for reminding me as usual. Damn it. Okay, so that sets our OSPF cost and ECMP weight, right? Now I think we need a way to remove it. For both the OSPF cost and ECMP weight items. And then we need to figure out how we're going to show it, and then we need to figure out how we're going to actually load that into our configuration, which should probably be pretty easy. It should probably be pretty easy. It's probably around, well, probably not around there, but probably around here somewhere. I think there's a place here in which we configure OSPF. And there's probably a place here where we set the interfaces up. It's probably on the areas, right? Oh shit, now that's got another... You can't have the same interface in two areas, can you? I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea at all. I think that would probably cause a BIRD error. I don't think that's a very valid configuration. So we then just need to pull it in over here. So this is going to be fix me, pull in here. Okay, great stuff. Great stuff, great stuff. Okay, so where were those functions now? Up top here, right? So we then just need to remove, and I think we should be good. Okay, I'm just gonna very quickly grab, fuck, my coffee's also cold, man. Okay, I'll be right back. Just gonna quickly cut to the bathroom and I'll be back, chat. 2 minutes.
Hey chat, did you know? The shortest war in history was between Zanzibar and England in 1896. Zanzibar surrendered after 38 minutes.
Okay, chat. Sorry about that. Some couriers actually arrived at the same time that I was heading out the door. Okay, so we got these two things being set. What we probably need now is a remove option. So let us copy our OSPF interface cost set and change that to remove. Search for set everywhere. Can we just change that to remove? Probably. This is going to be a remove as well, right? Interface cost. Oh, for fuck's sake, just give me a second. Oh shit, Kendra, you're disabled, mate. Come back to me. Did she say anything while I was gone? She generally does that sometimes. Oh, she did. God damn it. Told you to get disabled, mate, and yet you still start speaking. Oh my. Why do the wrong... It's like the fourth fucking message I've had to the wrong fucking phone number. How do I even share this? Ah, there we go. Give me a second, chat. I'm just sorting out problems here. People sending me things for other people using my fucking phone number because it's only one number away from their phone number. Some fuck can't type it in properly, or someone gave the wrong fucking phone number. Not my problem. Yeah, Mars bars, you know, I I can provide you some more information on that story, but I'm a little bit concerned that people might be listening or may go back in my videos and hear me saying things about them. So let's just keep it at that. Let's just keep it at that, man. Okay, so this is going to remove OSPF interface cost. This should maybe be cost override, actually, to be honest with you. That should probably be cost override. Probably. Cost override. OSP interface cost override. Is that even how you fucking spell override? Who knows? So up until here, it's an override. As soon as we get into the configuration system itself, it's just the cost for the interface. Okay, we probably have to do that with fucking ECMP as well, right? Set OSPF interface. No, actually we don't do it here. This isn't an I suppose it is an override actually. ECMP wait override. Interface to set OSPF ECMP wait override for. Hey there, Ollie Kill, how's it going, mate? Say BIRD Internet Routing Daemon configuration tool. To configure BIRD. No OSPF interface specified to set ECMP wait override for, and this is override. No OSPF interface ECMP wait. There's a lot of fucking overrides here. Wait, override set to, so that's gonna override what's configured. So we can do it from the command line, man. So if you've got a link or so, that's fucked. Give me a second, chat. My ex-wife sent me a WhatsApp message. I just had to quickly answer her. Are you coding on Windows? This is on the Linux, mate. I don't think this would run on the Windows, to be completely honest with you. Cost set interface to set OSPF cost override for. I think all of these look fine now. Let's make sure that our ECMP one is still okay. Set OSPF interface ECMP wait override. Override. Okay, everything says override. That's perfect. Everything says override. That's what we wanted. I'm also on Arch, guys. It's just slightly rebranded. It's pretty much vanilla Arch with a few changes. Hey there, Rootskins. How's it going, mate? Thanks for the following. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, man. Kendra,
Hey,
I beat
Nigel,
you.
We have a new follower. Thank you for following Hootskins. This joke
Beat you,
sucks,
Kendra.
but here it goes.
Oh my god, now she's telling jokes again.
What do you call a group of disorganized cats?
What?
A catastrophe.
Oh my dear Jesus. Kendra, that joke does suck, mate. Jesus. Oh, you're getting worse at these jokes. Okay, so we're going to be removing the override here. Why does this say fucking show at the end? Oh my god, the problem with copying code left, right and fucking center is you always end up with shit you don't see and have to fix again. Cost. Interface cost. That's cost set. Not cost. The fuck. What the fuck, mate? And this is OSPF interface, ECMP. Wait, set. I mean, my installing isn't pure Arch installation, dude. You're not real Arch user. I use Arch, by the way. You're not real Arch user, lol. Well, why do you say it isn't pure Arch? Do you mean you've added the AUR, or is it a is it, what the fuck do they call, like, if you like mixing distributions? It's a Franken fucking something. I don't think it's Franken OS. It's Franken something. Franken. Fuck, I can't remember what the fuck it's called now. Man. Franken something. Arco. I'm Linux. That's interesting. I haven't heard of that before. Budgie, lol. You have to put a picture of a chick there, right? An XFCE as well. I mean, which one of these would you first fucking pick, right? Budgie or fucking XFCE? Seriously. It's the first things that would like normally catch your eye, that isn't like, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. Anyway, it's all Arch Linux on all the BIOS and new UEFI projects with our 4-phase plan. This is slightly confusing. It pretty much, I suppose it looks pretty cool. What is this BIOS UEFI? They could have maybe come up with a slightly better fucking menu system, but who am I to say anything? It looks pretty cool, mate. It looks pretty cool. What the hell does this listing mean? What the hell is Compton? Interesting. The question is, right, do they have a pretty installer? Because that's what Arch really fucking needs, to be honest with you. I had to write my own, unfortunately, which was quite time consuming. I think that took about 4 months to do. To support what we needed. Unfortunately, the first revision of us. Okay. Well, I mean, as long as it's easy for new people to use, right? Because Arch is amazing. It's like always up to date. If you compare the security fixed deployments to other distributions, is a whole lot faster because all they do is they just pull in the updates from the upstream. It's easy. Where I had to wait normally like 3 months or so for Ubuntu and Debian to include a security fix in Arch, it's almost the next day. So I'm fucking happy about that. But if it's got an installer, that's even more amazing, man. 5 thumbs up. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, I was going over this to make sure we got override set here, right? Override everywhere, perfect. And then in remove, let's start at the top over here. OSPF cost remove. We don't actually use a class name here, it only has to be unique. So it's just BirdPlan command line OSPF interface cost remove. That's all pulled in via our it's all loaded in via our plugins system, so don't have to care about the name or anything. It's attached to OSPF interface cost. Remove OSPF interface cost override. Oh, I wanted to check this shit here out, the CMD, because that was all fucked up here. That's cost set. This should be ECMP weight set. Okay, this one we can reformat, this one we can reformat, and this one we can then fix. OSPF interface cost remove. Remove OSPF interface cost override. That's just going to take an interface and interface to remove OSPF cost override for. We need to change this over here, the set to remove as well. The set to remove. This set needs to change to remove OSPF interface cost. Oh fuck, where am I even typing that in? The wrong place. Remove. Now this over here we can remove the cost bit. Why is this not got override in it though? Is that what we just changed? Yeah, it is. Okay. No OSPF interface specified to remove cost override for. Cost override. OSPF interface specified to remove cost override for. Make sure we got an interface. Okay. And then what we're probably going to need to do, right, is in this thing's removed, do we have a...
Pornhub is funny. Here is a joke written in one of the comments. What did the grape do when he got stepped on? He let out a little whine.
I don't have words, chat. I don't have words at all. OSPF remove interface cost. OSPF interface cost. Removed OSPF interface cost override for. Removed OSPF interface cost override for interface. I don't know about that. What do we have for set? OSPF interface cost override set to an ECMP wait. OSPF interface ECMP wait override set to. Removed OSPF interface. This interface can end. Removed OSPF interface. Cost override. Okay. Let me just remove the cost over here then. And this one over here, remove. Can we go into the next fucking tune? This is slightly annoying. It was called Christmas on High. H-I-G-H. The fuck? Mate. Give me a second, chat. Give me a second. One second. Okay. Where were we? Okay, so make sure we have an interface specified. So no OSPF interface specified to remove cost override for. No OSPF interface specified to remove cost override for. Check on the console. Removed OSPF interface cost override. And if we got an error, we just print the error out. Okay. Don't we need to first check if that specific if that specific interface is in the list that we've already, or don't we have to first check that if it is in the list or not? Because if it isn't in there, are we just going to return? Now that's a good fucking question. We don't throw any errors here. Oh, we do. We throw an error that it isn't in the quarantine list. Okay. Maybe we can do the same then. So we've got the... We need one for cost and one for weight then. Okay. Remove interface cost. Move an OSPF interface cost. This is slightly confusing because the quarantine stuff is working on a state file, but this file has got configuration in it from the configuration file. Maybe what we need to do we probably need to prefix this with state. State BGP graceful shutdown add peer or something. Probably. Just to specify that these work on the state file and not the actual configuration file. This might be a better idea. Because these are part of something completely fucking different. Tunnelist VV are currently set for graceful shutdown. This will also be state. BGP quarantine add peer. This will also be state. I think we'll have to see. This will be state. BGP quarantine remove peer. Peer list will be state. It pulls it all from the state file. This will be state. This will be state. This will be state. Okay. Okay, so remove an OSPF interface cost override. Interface to remove the OSPF cost override. It's not going to be override here, right? It's in the state file. Remove interface to remove the OSPF cost for OSPF interface cost. The use of OSPF interface cost requires a state file uploaded. Prepare the state structure. This we don't really need to do. We just need one mother of a fucking if statement. Like that one. Over here. And I wonder, is the Python thing called del? Oh shit, we can't fucking delete everything. Just the cost, mate. Remove OSPF interface cost from state. This we can then delete. And if OSPF not in self.state or interfaces not in
Here is an interesting
self.state.
fact I just found.
OSPF.
The Great Wall of China is the only man-made structure visible from space.
Oh, interesting. Or interface not in self-state. OSPF interfaces. BGP, that's not going to be BGP, is it? OSPF interface, oh shit. OSPF interface cost override not found. I think that is good, hey? I think. Oh shit, you see what I've done, chat? I modified the wrong fucking file. The wrong fucking function. Whelp. Undo everything. God fucking damn it, mate. What did I add there? Okay. Interface to remove the OSPF cost for, and we can then just insert that. Okay. I think that should be good. We just have to fix up these ones then. This is going to be state, right? And state. And state. And state. State. And state. Okay. And show is going to pull that from state. Quarantine. State. Remove state. And show state. Okay. Okay, so BirdPlan object has no what the fuck, mate? The fuck, mate? It's just twixt as well. I know the function name is quite long. Fuck it. I'm to try and shorten that. It's gonna take me like hours. I'd never know what the fuck to use, and then trying to decide. Too much work, man. Too much work. Okay. Perfect. And can we now go remove? Invalid choice, remove. Why the fuck does it say invalid choice, mate? Oh, that's ECMP, wait. There we go, that's a bit better. Removed OSPF interface, ETH0 cost override. Okay. Ooh, it's actually gone. Nice. Why's my fucking hand itchy? Jesus. Okay, chat. Just a second. Give me just 1 second. Have you guys heard about the Google API issue, where they are where they're blocking access to the API from all the open source Chrome browsers, including, I think, Safe Search that's in Firefox. So RIP, man. No more safe, or it's called safe browsing. They're disabling it for anything other than Chrome.
I found a joke.
Oh god, not again.
I couldn't get a reservation at the library. They were fully booked.
Oh my dear Jesus. Kendra, you need to come up with better fucking jokes, mate. Just kind of suck a little bit. Okay, so we now need to do this for ECMP as well, right? So we can probably just copy cost, to be honest with you, and just fucking rename it. So if we grab this and but now isn't the problem gonna be that, oh shit, I just thought of something, chat. I just thought of something. We're not going to be able to pull what the running configuration is. We'll have to fix that shortly. We'll have to fix that. This is going to be cost renamed to ECMP wait. Interface to remove the OSPF ECMP wait for, which means we can't really remove it then. We can't remove it because it's going to always fucking be there. We can just change it. So we don't have to do the remove at all then. But then again, once we do a configuration of an interface, hang on, we're gonna have to probably figure this out, because we do the graceful shutdown with a BGP here, right? Hang on, where were we? Let us just add this for now. The user OSPF interface ECMP wait requires a state file, non-loaded. Prepare the state structure if it's not got what we need. This is going to be ECMP wait. This is probably going to be ECMP wait. I don't know where the fucking overrides are stored. We're going to find that out now. Why was this complaining? Ah, need a fucking dot. Chat, I'm gonna have to quickly grab some more coffee, man. Okay, so we got most of our shit here then. We just added ECMP wait, we've got our cost. We just need to figure out how we're going to do the override then, because these over here for BGP is setting BGP quarantine, which is a bit weird actually. That's not even an option anywhere. I bet the other one's setting BGP graceful shutdown. Yep, BGP graceful shutdown. So we're just gonna have to figure out how we're gonna do this. Anyway, let me just quickly grab something to drink and I'll be right back again. I will not be long. Just give me a few minutes or so. Yo. Back chat. Oh shit, I see I didn't update my stream elements command. It's not supposed to be saying that. Oh no. Give me just 1 second, chat. Let me quickly fix that. Let me just quickly fix it, man. Gotta re-enable Kendra though, before she gets hostile. Just quickly fix that command.
I just found something interesting.
Oh, God.
Non-dairy creamer is flammable.
Yeah, I think we knew that. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so where were we? What the fuck is wrong with my chair? Jesus. Okay, so we're probably setting this in the wrong place then. Probably. Haven't seen this chat much active in so long. Yeah, it's a shame, mate. It's a shame. Chat needs to be active, man. So I think in BGP, right? How are we pulling in the graceful shutdown stuff? Where's our BGP configuration? It's over here. And our peers are over here. And our peer is over here. So this needs to be checking the state somewhere. Here we go. It's an override at the end. Huh. Interesting. So what would happen if you were to show quarantined BGP peers? And BGP peers that are gracefully shut down, where they're set in the configuration, it's probably not going to display, is it? We're probably going to have to fix that. Let us just copy this out of here. You do a similar thing for OSPF then. That was all the way down here, what the fuck? It'll probably be over here somewhere. Yeah, in interfaces over here where we had pull in here. So that's before it adds the interface. I'm seeing problems here. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. Our state is not going to be accurate. going to be accurate. Because I'm pretty sure we are storing 721. Or, hang on, is it going to be accurate? Because if we go to peers, right? Where's our... If we go to peers over here, this is what's been configured. So Alpha, what may you be up to today, mate?
I just found something interesting. Non-dairy creamer is flammable.
You just told us that, Kendra. Why are you telling us the same thing again? This is weird. So this is the peer configuration, right? We are storing it in the peers state. After configuration over here. So that's what was actually configured. But if you have an override of the configuration, the problem is we're not going to be able to see what the configured value actually was before. Hey there. Yet another null. Discussion might be stupid, but is it possible to run HTTP on a different port other than 80? Yeah, man. Can run it on any port you please. Well, almost any port you please. I would have preferred us to have a way in which we can see what overrides were applied, instead of storing the overrided value in our state file. Because if we configure it once, we remove the override, it's not actually going to remove it. I probably would, right? Because when it reconfigures itself, hey there, Trank 617. The goal, right? Well, okay, so we're doing OSPF configuration. So we just give me 1 second, chat. Just give me 1 second. Need to forward another message here. So oh my god, we've got our configuration file that results in OSPF being configured, right? For something like BGP graceful shutdown, BGP quarantining, we got our OSPF interface cost and the ECMP weight, right? Those are the 4 things that we can override at the moment. And we are storing the values of what the configuration was when the configuration was done, so we know what peers we have. Because for things like BGP, the table names aren't easy to type out, so we want BirdPlan rather to be able to display values for it for us. So we just provide it with a peer name, and it'll provide things like the routes being filtered and shit like that. Just give me another second. Okay. So what was I saying? So when we do a configuration, right, we are storing some values in a state file so we know what the options were when BIRD was configured. That allows us to determine what the table names were that were used for the specific peer. So we're going to have options like these over here. If I can find my fucking to-do file. Just give me a second. We're going to have options like... What? That is not the right one. We're going to have options like this over here, where you can say BirdPlan BGP filtered routes IPv4 and it'll display everything, or you can add a peer, or you can get the count of how many routes are being filtered at the moment. Instead of having to run BIRD itself, try and figure out the protocol that the peer is configured on for v4 and v6 and trying to display it there, we've just got one command that you can just run to see your peer name and the routes that are being filtered, right? You can also display the peer's routing table as well to determine things like prefixes that have been received, including the ones that have been filtered. Very easy command to run to do that. With our OSPF, you'll be able to change the we're implementing BirdPlan OSPF interface set cost, and we're implementing BirdPlan OSPF interface set ECMP the ECMP weight. So this would have iPhase here and it would have cost here. This would have iPhase here and ECMP weight over here. So you can change the cost and the ECMP weight of an OSPF interface on the fly. That would allow you, if you're doing grouping of costs combined with the weight, to do load balancing and failover to different interface groups. It will be a very easy way to change it, right? Now the problem is we also have some more commands over here. We've got the BirdPlan BGP peer graceful shutdown, and I think it's got an add here. I think that there's an add command. Yeah, there's add, there's remove, and there's show. Oh fuck. And there is a show command. And we've got the same thing but for quarantine. Right. So the problem is we want to be able to determine when we do a show command if the quarantine has been configured via a configuration file or via command line override.
What do you call a fashionable lawn statue with an excellent sense of rhythm?
What the fuck?
A metronome.
Oh my god. So the problem right now is we are pulling the configuration in from the configuration file. We are then overriding these options, which means we can't determine then in the show command if that was originally set from the configuration file or not. That's our problem at the moment. So what we're trying to achieve, I would say, is a way in which we can see what has been configured and what has been overridden, to provide a better sort of view on what the fuck is happening here. So the problem is somewhere in BGP, which is probably fucking down here somewhere. We got peer configuration, right? Well, it's not actually here. Oh, it is actually here. Just need to figure out how we can store these.
Hey,
Maybe
Nigel,
what we need to
have
do.
a new follower. Thank you for following ing_ale.
Hey there, ing_ale. How's it going, mate? Thanks a lot for the follow, man. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, man. So what we probably need to do is see, we don't have access to the state information, I think, when we're doing our actual configuration of the... Oh, we do have access to the state information. I wonder if we shouldn't implement it here then. Instead of where we generate the configuration for BGP and OSPF and pass it here for it to be processed, maybe we should actually process the state here. But the problem with doing that is, I think, the same. Here is where we update the state information. It's after the configuration or after the processing of the actual configuration before it's actually configured. So this is where the config is actually added. But the thing is, the object itself has got all of these properties in it. Well. We need a way to store our overrides. And then we need a way to store what was configured. We do have self.state. But that's attached to the BGP peer itself. It's not like where it's being stored at the moment. That's more global. So it's being stored under BGP graceful shutdown and BGP quarantine at the moment. But the peer's configuration is under BGP peers, peer name, graceful shutdown, and peer name quarantine. Well. We're not actually storing the graceful shutdown shit here at the moment, are we? I don't know if we can just flip this bit further down. Might be an option to do that. Give me a moment. Hey there, BF Karadag. How's it going, mate? Do you have any idea? Get data from API and React Native? Absolutely no idea, mate. Sorry, man. Something I might be looking at in future, but no idea at the moment.
Hey Nigel, we have a new follower. Thank you for following Fundamentally Broken.
Hey there, Fundamentally Broken. Thanks a lot for the follow, mate. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, man. Thank you, Kendra. Jesus. Okay, so I don't quite see how we're going to do this off the top of my head. We probably need to stop it from happening here somewhere. Oh fuck, there's also a global graceful shutdown as well. Well, it's these two blocks of code that something needs to happen to it. Something needs to.
Joke chat. Here
Oh
it
my God.
goes. What's the advantage of living in Switzerland? Well, the flag is a big plus.
Oh my God. So we can't override it here because we're not going to know what the configured value was. And we probably shouldn't fucking be storing these things like this here either.
Beep 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 beep.
Oh my God. So it starts. So we need to set this somewhere in the state that we can pull out, that we can see, okay, these items are being overridden. And we need to store the configured value in the state to say, here's what the configuration file had. So maybe what we can do is set it up under BGP peer and just put an underscore or a hash in front of it. Probably an underscore would be a better idea. And then we can check the underscore value and the other value. That might work. But then That might actually work. So instead of us overriding here, but then again, if we've got a star, we want that to apply to everything, even new peers that we set up. That's going to be interesting. Okay, so let's move this. That can't be there, mate. It's gonna have to move into here somewhere. Can't be here. Here's where we actually work out all the configuration and shit. Unless it can be here. Oh, you know something. We're storing the state in self, aren't we? Self.state. That's the previous state. I think we got self.state here somewhere. Hey there, nevertheless, how's it going, mate? Make sure state exists. And we set the state to the state file. Or the... what? We save in the configuration. Well... well. But that's after the configuration happens. This is in the configure function, right? Yeah. Is Python fast enough for carrier grade backend software? It would depend how you deploy it, mate. I'm pretty sure, I think it's at Instagram that basically runs on Django. So I mean, if it runs for Instagram and you can deploy it in a similar way, I don't see you having any issue with that. It would really depend on the speed that you need. If you're doing something like virtual Ethernet interfaces, there's no way that Python would be able to do that very effectively. But if you're just doing like web applications and everything, it should be fine. Just make sure you can scale it, you know. What function is this that we're in? Is this the init, right? Where we pull in the entire object configuration. Yeah, it's the init. And I don't know if during init, if we have...
touching me on my no square.
Chat, who's touching Kendra? She's complaining, chat, don't do that. It's very, very naughty. Don't do it. Maybe... fuck, man. See, the state is worked out during the configure. It isn't worked out during the actual configuration. Do I have cases where I would have liked to use Python but I chose C? No, I don't. Unfortunately not, mate. So this is where's the state being assigned? What the fuck, man? Where is the state being assigned in built-in shit? Up top here, state is empty. So we're starting out with an empty state, right? Well, that makes things even more fucking difficult. So it's got no fucking values in it, even though that's where we're storing all of our shit. Oh my, oh my, oh my. But what we do have is the old state. The old state could have the override values in it, right? Before we start replacing them. Huh. So what we probably need to be doing this is a configuration tool for BIRD. Here's the project information here, mate. Configuring of BIRD. With 20 gazillion features and shit. Hey there, Hesukum27, how's it going, mate? Yes, when you got 400 peers plus, each with varying configurations, doing it manually is impossible. Needs to be automated. So we are starting off with a clean state here. Right, but we can access what is in the previous state that we have. We've got that over here somewhere. Previous state. I wonder if we shouldn't set self.previous state then what we do is just before we do the configuration we set the peer attributes in the state of what's configured and we set the underscore values with what was in the previous state, and the previous state is what we load, which was configured before, which could have been from the command line. That might work. And seeing as this is in the init, it's probably the best place to do it, right? So if we remove previous state from here, and we add previous state over here, right, and we see if we have it over here. Oh god, these are like more fundamental changes we are starting to fuck with again. Okay, so we check the global state. That's what we've basically loaded, which is where the overrides may be. But still, how are we going to do it if there's a star? That is the other problem. This means you can't like temporarily set graceful shutdown or quarantine on everything because there's no way to set the star unless we handle that in a special way, which might actually work as well. Okay, we will see. We will see. So this is going to be self. We're going to have self.previous state. We can probably put none here and change this to optional. Right? Okay, that's going to be underscore, right? Mech, in what part of the internet does BIRD generally run? I thought core parts of the internet routers could only run in hardware. Well, it depends, right? So BIRD is normally used as a route reflect in internet exchanges. It isn't actually forwarding traffic, or it isn't on a system that's forwarding traffic itself. It's just exchanging route information between the peers. So it isn't doing anything more than calculating routes and shit, and just repeating what it receives to everyone else. So that's where BIRD is used majority of the case at the moment, right? Well, think of it more as out of band of the data path. So it's on the side.
Hub and came to this conclusion.
Oh god.
Average number of days a West German goes without washing his underwear. 7.
Oh my god. BIRD is basically repeating BGP routes. So the purpose of a route reflector is if you got 400 peers on an internet exchange, right? Generally with BGP, every single one of those peers would need to peer with each other in a mesh fashion. I'm sorry, I used the word route reflector where I should have said route server. There's a fundamental difference between the two. So with a route server, every 400 peer, or all the 400 peers would peer one time with the route server, and the route server would repeat the routes that it receives from all 400 to all the other 400. So it's one session that you would need. Whereas if you didn't have BIRD as the route server, you would need 400 sessions configured on all the 400 routers. So route server has core routers as clients. A route server would have ISP peering sessions, right, from completely different ISPs, or from the same ISP that's got multiple connections into an internet exchange. A route reflector would be inside of your own network. It's almost exactly the same, apart from the fact it will not prepend. So a route server will not prepend its ASN to the routes that it is serving. It basically receives the route and it sends that exact same route out to all 400 peers, to each of the 400 peers, and the next hop as well would be where it received that route from. A route reflector, on the other hand, would be inside of your own network. It would be peered with your own 400 routers. It also will not add or prepend your ASN onto routes, but the next hop address would not be changed from what is received. So your next hops would normally always be the router that sent the route to your route reflector. So internet exchanges generally have 2 or more root service. It's a service that they provide to ISPs to exchange a great volume of routes pretty easily without the ISPs having to establish peering sessions between each other. In terms of your own network, you would run a route reflector if you've got like maybe more than 3 or 4 BGP routers. So each one of your BGP routers would only appear with your route reflectors instead of every single router that you have. So the peer exchange building company runs a couple for the building, while the internet exchange would run generally 2 or more. 2 for redundancy purposes, and probably more if there was a issue with how many peering sessions there were. No problem, mate. No problem. So we can pull the previous state in here, but like I said, we might have a bit of a problem in terms of the star. Well, I suppose we could pull it in here, right? And maybe we could store the graceful shutdown and the quarantine somewhere else. So it'll be slightly different to the per peer settings. It'll be more on the line of the, I don't know, fucking global settings or something. Hey there, Super Core. How's it going, mate? Solve the previous state. Okay, so we can grab the previous state here and we can store it inside of ourselves. Great stuff. Right. Where is the state then used? Down here, right? So all of these previous states, they need to change. Oh god, there's 40 fucking 9 of them. Oh my dear Jesus. Well, that's quite a couple actually. Slightly more than I expected there to be. Oh my god, and they're all red, aren't they? Okay, so previous state there needs to change to self.
Something interesting. Only 1 person in 2 billion will live to be 116 or older.
Oh. I have a question about integrating Python and JavaScript to a local host site to display information. Any chances anyone can help? I'm not that great in terms of that, mate. Previous state. This might work. Just change all of these. These as well. I know it isn't defined yet. We're going to add a property for that now. Because we love properties, don't we? God, how many are there still? Fucking 49, what? Oh no, that's all. Okay. So that comes after state, right? So we probably need to find our property for state then. And we probably just need to copy this and add it here and change state to previous state. And replace all. And this is probably going to be previous state info. set previous state info, and this is going to return an optional dictionary. Okay, chat. Okay. So now this is going to be a problem, because this needs to say if not self.previous state. Maybe if self the previous state and prefix inside. Okay, cool. I think I got that one then. Okay, great. So that's what we need. We need self the previous state, and then an and at the beginning. Do you notice your Ryzen 5900X doing things faster than the i7 7800X? Yes, I do. I would say there's no comparison in terms of performance with stuff like VS Code. The Ryzen is definitely faster. And the configurations I have are pretty much identical. The one, yeah, I think all my specifications are there. You can pretty much see. But the Ryzen is definitely faster. This would then be and self.previous state, I think, right? Not that and that and that and that and that. That should be good. And over here as well then, self.previous state. It's a good thing we got unit tests for these. Because I'm pretty sure this is going to break something. As what normally fucking happens. Self.previous state. And this will be and self.previous state. I mean, I definitely aren't a AMD supporter. But I must admit a few things, right? Firstly, the AMD driver that's in the kernel is a whole lot better than the NVIDIA one. NVIDIA, I have had quite a number of crashes. I had to turn OpenGL off for it to work without crashing the whole fucking time. AMD, I haven't ever had that issue. And then in terms of performance or so, for a desktop machine, the Ryzen 5900 is definitely a lot faster than the Intel. I can't say no to that. And it's also priced quite a bit better as well. Well, I actually have a 50, is it a R580, I think it is. I have a R580 and a R570. But the reason why I use the NVIDIA's, yeah, it's the RX 580 and I got a 570 as well. And they just lying in the storeroom at the moment. They were what I hadn't before, but I had issues with the...
Here it
Just hang on,
goes.
Kendra, god damn it.
Why didn't the skeleton cross the road?
Why, Kendra? Tell us.
Because he had no guts.
Oh my god. So the reason I don't use the 580 and 570 is because in terms of hardware encoding for OBS, there's artifacts on the screen, or there is artifacts in the encoded video. Every 2 seconds or so there was pretty severe artifacts, so that's why I don't use it for that. That's why I'm using the NVIDIA at the moment. There's no artifacts with those. Gaming on Windows? It's a company machine. I would never game under Windows, mate. Would never do that. Never. Too many Boolean expressions in the statement. Oh my god, you have to fucking complain at me about that, don't you? We'll see if it fails the CI test. I don't care if there's too many Boolean expressions. It's fine. It's fine, mate. Yeah, I've got 2 machines at home. And 1 at the office. Says it's on your home section. So are you running IDMS or Arch? Well, IDMS is basically Arch. There's very few differences between it. The only differences there are is some packages or so have got changes that we need on our servers and everything. And there might be some additional packages as well. There is IDMS Linux with Enterprise and its name based on Arch. Yeah, so the Enterprise, well, I mean the Enterprise, there is only one version of it. There is only the IDMS Enterprise. That just has additional packages in it with an installer that's more suited for our installations on servers and embedded devices, and it's got a couple of other packages added, I believe, and all of the packages are re-signed as well. So when the build system pulls the packages in from Arch, it does a GPG.
Hey Nigel, we have a new follower.
God damn it, Kendra.
Thank you for following Evilol.
Thanks a lot for the follow, mate. Greatly appreciate. Thanks, man. So when the packages are pulled in from Arch or so, they're pulled into our staging repository. They are, the Arch signatures are removed, our signatures added to them. We replace the Arch keyring with our own. And then every evening we've got a continuous integration that runs on the staging repository and the stable repository, which attempts to deploy, I think it's about between 400 and 500 or so solutions that we provide. Each one of those solutions has a set of configuration items. Each one is verified. The resulting configuration and functionality is also verified as well. what got you to choose Arch over anything else? It's up to date. To be honest, I think that would be the major sort of choice factor
Hey,
that we
Nigel,
had.
We have a new follower. Thank you for following Akra Bay Liligi.
Hey there, Aqua Bay Lilig. How's it going, mate? Thanks a lot for the follow, man. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, man. Yeah, so Arch is generally up to date and more suits us wanting to deploy changes and updates within 24 hours. So if we see a new kernel feature or so, which we will actually be doing pretty soon as these ZSTD Internet RAMFS hits LTS, we'll be deploying that into our installer immediately within about 24 hours of that
Hey,
package
Nigel,
hitting
we
Arch.
have a new follower. Thank you for following Mercs Viking.
Hey there,
Want to
Mr.
hear a
X
dope
Viking.
chat? Here it goes.
Kendra, shut up.
Do I enjoy making courthouse puns? Guilty.
What? Oh my god, dear Jesus. Yeah, so what was I saying before she rudely interrupted me again? Yeah, so the ZSTD Init RAMFS is something that I've been after for quite a while, but it's currently only in the stable kernel. As soon as that stable kernel hits LTS, we'll be deploying that into our installer and image builders on stream. You need to reboot a hell of a lot. I generally reboot my office machine maybe once every 1 to 2 days, and my notebook maybe every 1 to 3 or 4 days. We do track CVEs of all the software packages that we have deployed. So if there is any security issues or so, we then immediately schedule the upgrade of those systems and then reboot them. Yeah. ZSTD is extremely fast, especially at decompression of the Init RAMFS. If you have it deployed on embedded systems or so using gzip or xz, it takes forever, like maybe 5 to 10 seconds to boot. ZSTD is about 2 or 3. And also the compression time as well is quite a bit faster. I think LZO is being removed though, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken though, but I saw quite a few things that are being removed from the kernel. I'm pretty sure LZO might have been one of them. Let me quickly check. I'm probably wrong though. I can't remember where I saw that. I don't think there's anything that's faster at decompression if you also take the ratio into account as well. So in terms of the compression ratio of ZSTD, it's the highest ratio with the fastest decompression speed. Although I stand to be corrected, I'm pretty sure that that is the case, if I recall correctly. State. because that was like all it was made for. Yeah, I mean, it's always a sort of a comparison between speed and size. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's some of those that are going to be removed as well. I am like maybe 95% sure. Well, I am 100% sure that something is going to be removed. I'm just not sure what that something was. It might have been BZIP, I'm not sure. But there's something that's going to be removed, or no, it definitely isn't actually I don't think it's XZ. No, it was something else. If it was XZ, there's no way that I would have deployed XZ as we have it at the moment. But then again, I mean, it's just a simple configuration update to change that. Yeah, I plan to do the change as well, but I'll only change, I mean, the init, yeah, for sure. The init RAMFS support is only landed in, I think, is it 5.9, like pretty recently. As soon as that goes LTS, I'm fucking adding it, mate. 5.10. As soon as that goes LTS, it's being added. I'm ready to go on that one. Improve the boot speed times considerably. This is going to be in our configure. Does BIRD have native Python plugin? No, there isn't anything native. Or could you have written this in whatever you wanted? I mean, there's no Python plugin interface, there's no JSON output or anything. It's just BIRD. Python was the easiest, and majority of our software is now being moved to Python as well. We don't need anything speed orientated. We don't need anything odd or anything. All we basically doing at the end of the day is generating a configuration file. And in the future, at some stage or so, we'll probably have a web interface as well. One day in my dreams. And that interface would then pull in the BirdPlan library. So it's basically written as a library at the moment with a command line plugins that implement all the command line options, and a plugin module that just interfaces with the API. So in the future, in my dreams, you know, when we have a web interface, it'll be able to pull in all the functionality and everything. Are you writing networking for a router? It's a configuration interface for BIRD that will be running on a router, yes? Or on a bunch of routers. No, it isn't going to be running on a Cisco router. Yeah, there we go. Exactly what Ivalol said. There's some information over here, mate. Where'd our fucking music go, chat? Jesus. Give me a moment. It will be interfacing with Cisco routers. Yes, that I can definitely say will be happening. Give me a second. Give me a moment. Okay, where were we? Okay, so we got our previous state now, right? In terms of graceful shutdown and quarantining, how are we even going to fucking do this is the other question. We probably need to be saving all of our configuration up top here, and then at the end we are, wait, what the fuck? At the end we are then just overwriting what we have. So what we probably need to do is save the configuration for graceful shutdown and for quarantine for what we had before.
Hey Nigel, I am busy trying to crack your SSH passphrase.
No,
I am
Kendra.
going to install Bitcoin miners on all the servers I find.
No, that's not a good idea. It's a very bad idea. Don't do that. Does ISP pay you nice money if you make this available to them? Mate, that's not the easiest question to answer. In terms of what I would charge to work on something like this, it isn't something that would be cheap at all. So it would be very expensive for, well, it is something that is expensive to basically work on, just because it's a critical piece of software. There may be one more critical piece of software that I might be interrupted in having to do before BirdPlan is completed, which was sent in a proposal yesterday to an ISP. But it's pretty much a standard rate that we have for working on critical software. It isn't cheap at all. Because I mean, at the end of the day, if your BGP...
We have a new follower.
Kendra,
Thank
goddammit.
you for following Josef Brzezinskiewicz.
Hey there, Josef Brzezinskiewicz. How's it going, mate? Thanks a lot for the follow, man. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, man. Hey there, I see what you did there. Moy RP. How's it going, mate? In terms of what we're working on, that project over there. Will you sell it to Cisco for $1 billion? Unfortunately not, mate. If Cisco wants to buy your code, I don't think so. I mean, even if they offered $1 billion or so, I don't think that I'd still work for them. Well, unfortunately, I think it's open source. Yeah, it's open source anyway, so they can't really. They can just grab it and use it themselves if they ever wanted to. Not that they ever will, but yeah. But I don't think I'd work for them. It's not really something that I want to do. So, in terms of I work for a company, right? So I don't earn more pay for the projects that I basically work on. I earn a fixed amount every month. So no matter what the client would be billed, I don't receive anything more. So I don't earn any more from doing this, unfortunately, at the moment. Yeah, salary. But generally, to develop a piece of software like this or so is extremely expensive, just due to the fact that if something goes wrong, someone has to take responsibility. And seeing as we sell SLAs, it'll be the company itself. So generally when you do software programming for a company, you would quote on a frame of time to have it completed as fast as fucking humanly possible, no matter what sort of quality you're churning out, as long as you meet the deadline. And then if you finish it in half the time or so, you basically then get to work on one more project, and you can earn twice as much from it. In terms of this project, it has to be rather
Hey,
done
Nigel,
correctly.
We have a new follower. Thank you for following Muapi.
Thanks a lot for the follow, mate. Greatly appreciated. Thanks, man. Is this coding for work or after work? This is for work. There's more than one client that is paying for this to be done, and we're also going to be deploying it on our own network as well. We're going to be replacing FRR, because FRR at 400 peers or so is not something you would like to try and ever do. Trust me, been there, done that. Burnt the t-shirt. So we're going to be replacing FRR with BIRD. So this would then probably have BGP in previous state, right? And graceful shutdown in previous state. Well, this would actually probably be graceful shutdown like that. Was there much drama with FRR for Quagga? I would say from a scale of 1 to 10, maybe about a 3. There were people that were very unhappy about it, yes. Self.previous state and BGP and self.previous state and graceful shutdown and self.previous state BGP. So we're going to store that in graceful shutdown with an underscore in front of it. If we do then check that the peer is in it, this would be self.name or self.peer name, right? Or self.name. How did this just get
There's
changed?
an interesting fact I just found. The black widow spider eats her mate during or after sex.
Kendra, you need to stop browsing shit, mate. If self.previous state and BGP, I'm gonna put these in brackets so it's easier to fucking read this shit. This is confusing. Here we go. It's a bit better. If self.previous state and BGP in self.previous state and graceful shutdown in self.previous state BGP, self.name is in self.previous state BGP graceful shutdown, or let's put brackets around these as well. A little bit easier just to see what's going on here. Or star in BGP graceful shutdown. Then what we need to do, so we need to store the graceful shutdown shit can can we even do that? I think that should be fine. I don't see a problem with doing it. So self.state graceful shutdown is equal to self dot, do we have a, I don't want to use graceful shutdown from, what does graceful shutdown even map to here? Does it map to our attributes? Where the fuck? Yes, it's just a 1-to-1 mapping there. Okay. It's a 1-to-1 mapping that returns a Boolean value. Okay, so it'll be just self.graceful shutdown, right? So self.state is equal to graceful shutdown. Well, self.state graceful shutdown equals self.graceful shutdown, right? That is our configured value, which probably shouldn't be stored with an underscore. That's our configured value. Then we check the previous state. That's the state that got loaded from file, right? Previous might be a slight misconception here. That's the state that this thing was before, but these could have been set from the command line. So we aren't looking at the actual value of graceful shutdown we had before. We're looking at the overrides that is in underscore graceful shutdown. So if self the previous state and BGP in self the previous state and graceful shutdown in self the previous state BGP, then if the name of this peer is in BGP graceful shutdown or star is in BGP graceful shutdown, then self dot graceful shutdown is equal to true, right? That does the override. So we save it, we check if it was overridden, we override it.
Hey Nigel, we have a new follower. Thank you for following Shrek_GG.
Hey there, Shrek_GG. How's it going, mate? Is this coding for there was too much drama before? Okay, cool. Sorry, I just thought that I missed some of your messages there, mate. Seems I'm all up to date. And then this one over here is going to be the same then, right? Self.state quarantine is equal to self.quarantined. I don't know if this should be quarantine or quarantine. What does our configuration document tell us? What is that option name? Where's our peer configuration? 20 gazillion lines down. OP B by Q. Quarantine. Okay, so that's quarantine then. So self.state quarantine equals self.quarantined, and then if self.previous state and BGP in self.previous state and quarantine in self.previous state BGP. If we do, then check what, this doesn't make sense. Check if we have graceful shutdown state. Save our current configuration for the graceful shutdown option, and then this over here would be check if we can apply, check if we have a previous state to override, and this one over here would be check if we can override. I'm just gonna fucking leave it like that. Okay, so this will be quarantine. Save our current configuration for the quarantine option. And then we're going to check if we can override it, which will be self the previous state and BGP, and self the previous state and graceful, and quarantine in self the previous state BGP. And then what we need to do is say check if we can override, and this would then be if self.name in previous state BGP underscore quarantine. This is not actually correct over here. This needs to then be yeah, well, that is actually true. That is actually true, because that's a list, right? And quarantine, I believe, is going to be a list as well. Yeah, okay. So if self.name and self to previous state BGP quarantine. You can't quarantine everything, can you? I don't think so. I don't think we have an option to quarantine fucking everything, do we? Where's our quarantine option gone? Oh yes, we actually fucking do, which wasn't even implemented. Well, time to fix that shit, mate. So if self the previous state or self the name in previous state BGP quarantine or star in self the previous state BGP underscore quarantine. Oh my god, what the fuck am I doing here? What the fuck did I just do here? I just forgot a fucking bracket. Then self.quarantine is equal to self.state BGP true, not fucking BGP quarantine. Unless, yeah, that'll be true, right? So we're storing the previous value. We are then overriding the value that we have. And seeing as these are like pretty much global settings, we don't have to now reset them or anything. Actually, that'll be quarantined, right? There we go. Okay. So that should work, right? Should work. But now what we have is the new options, but those are for fucking OSPF. Oh my dear Jesus. We now have OSPF in the fucking mix. Okay, we're gonna have to just fix these ones first, maybe. And just make sure that everything is 100%. Okay, so those things are now coming from here. I think it was all the way down here somewhere. Or all the way up here. Here we go. So
Here's
this is what we need to
interesting
fuck
fact
with.
I just found. Pinocchio is Italian for pine head.
Well, that's interesting, Kendra. Add peer. So this is going to be underscore. This is going to be underscore. And this is going to be underscore. Hey there, Jake had a cake. How's it going, mate? Hello, you bald, beautiful bastard. Oh my dear Jesus, mate. Oh my dear Jesus, you can't say stuff like that, man. If peer not in self.state BGP underscore graceful shutdown in self.state BGP graceful shutdown dot append peer. I suppose that's fine, it's a list, right? And then we got remove peer, which would be BGP not in self.state or graceful shutdown not in self.state BGP, or peer not in self.state the BGP. Oh my dear fucking Jesus. Underscore graceful shutdown. Then graceful shutdown dot remove peer. And peer list. These things need to be properly fucking sorted out. Seriously. Why are some of them in brackets and some of them aren't in brackets? I don't even fucking know. It's a good question. It's a very good fucking question, right? Very good question. Okay. Why are all the clever guys bald? All the clever guys generally have very long hair, I think. I detect your accent. Definitely South Africans. Maybe. Could quite possibly be the case. So underscore graceful shutdown, right? So BGP I'm not in self.state or graceful shutdown not in self.state.bgp return empty. Or we are going to fucking loop with this shit and we're going to convert it to a fucking string and we're going to return the strings. I can't remember why we had to do that. There was a very good reason why we had to do that. We should probably actually set this to sorted. Should probably set this to sorted. Although, I don't think it really matters, right? Yes, you are correct, mate. Okay, so quarantine is going to be the same. Right, if BGP not in self.state, then we set self.state BGP is equal to empty. If quarantine is not in self.state BGP, we set quarantine to empty. If peer not in self.state BGP underscore fucking quarantine, then set self.state BGP underscore quarantine append peer. Okay. And if we're removing it, this is a really fucked up if statement. Not in self.state or quarantine not in self.state BGP or peer not in self.state BGP underscore quarantine. Oh my dear Jesus. Then BGP peer not found in quarantine list. Hang on a second. We might have to say that this is an override. This is not very accurate. Oh wait, maybe it is accurate. Maybe we need to actually change these to actually say override. State BGP graceful shutdown add peer. The use of BGP graceful shutdown requires a state file non-loaded. BGP peer already added in graceful shutdown. I think we're gonna have to add an override there. Add a peer to the BGP graceful shutdown override list. Peer name to add to the BGP graceful shutdown override list. Listen, do most coders swear like this when making code? I got no fucking idea, mate. They can do what they do, you know. The use of BGP graceful shutdown requires a state file non-loaded. BGP peer already in graceful shutdown override list. Remove a peer from the BGP graceful shutdown override list. Can't fucking spell today. The use of BGP graceful shutdown requires a state file. The use of BGP graceful shutdown, I suppose that's fine. Graceful shutdown, it should probably read override. The use of BGP graceful shutdown override required. It should probably have override there, hey? Override. Fuck. Okay, are we still on the same track here then? Why did I forget this one here? What the fuck's going on? Peer name to remove from BGP graceful shutdown override fucking list. Override. It must say override fucking everywhere now. Graceful shutdown override list. Return the list of peers that are currently now this is where we're going to have to make an enhancement in future. Return the list of peers that currently have a graceful shut. Oh, what the fuck am I even typing? Graceful. What am I? Graceful shutdown override. Fuck. List of BGP peers set. List of BGP peers with a graceful shutdown override. Oh my god. What are you doing? So it seems you are correcting code. I'm always correcting my own code, mate. It's this project over here. Refactoring and changing is generally what I do to my own code hundreds of thousands of times. Use of BGP graceful shutdown override, right, requires a state file none loaded. Okay, cool. Oh god, we got to do the same for fucking quarantine. Add a peer to the BGP quarantine override list. Now hang on a second, what happens if we've configured a BGP peer in quarantine mode? You can't remove it from quarantine. Oh shit. That's not good. There's no way to set that to false.
Nearly a decade ago we were intrigued by Unvanquished as one of the most interesting open source game/engine projects of the time. It was peculiar in going through dozens of alpha releases prior to drying up a few years ago. There hasn't been any major release yet past the prior alpha state, but the project is in fact still moving along and issued their first new release of the year, as well as rolling out a new online updater.
Thank you, Kendra. Basically understanding our overall picture, we are configuring BIRD basically. Implementing and fixing up support for BGP graceful shutdown, BGP quarantine, OSPF interface cost overrides, and OSPF interface ECMP overrides as well. I don't know, Kendra's always on about something. She was on about something called Unvanquished. It's an open source computer game or something, I don't know. She's on her own sort of mission.
Hey Nigel, we have a new follower. Thank you for following Network Worm.
Hey there, Network Worm, how's it going, mate? Thanks a lot for the follow, man. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, man. So we have a fucking problem here now. We can't remove a peer from quarantine or from graceful shutdown if it's been set in the configuration file. We can only add it. We probably need to fix that. If we by default have something that's quarantined, or by default have something that's in graceful shutdown, we must be able to enable it if we wanted to, right? Yeah, generally my solutions, however, take a very long time to implement. I mean, we've been here for 3.5 hours and we haven't actually progressed anywhere. That's generally how it goes. We don't even have our test up for this yet. I'm just working on BGP where I was actually on OSPF now. Because they're pretty similar in terms of what we're trying to achieve here. So we definitely have a problem then. We definitely have a problem here. I'm not quite sure how we can fix this. We'll have to see. Okay, anyway, we were changing everything to say override. Add to the BGP quarantine override list. The use of BGP quarantine override requires a state file none loaded. BGP peer already in quarantine override list. Did I miss something here? I don't think I missed something here.
Hey Nigel, we have a new follower.
Peer from
Thank
the
you for following Boop
BGP
Frankies.
quarantine override list and override list. It's okay. Just think, if your parents died, that would be a problem. I think you're fine. Yeah, man. I think I'm fine. The use of BGP quarantine override requires a state file not loaded. BGP peer not in quarantine override list. Remove peer from quarantine list. So that's removing it. That's not like setting a fucking true or false value. Anyway, state BGP quarantine peer list. Return the list of peers that are currently set for quarantine. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense anywhere here. Use of BGP quarantine override. These are we're gonna have to return the fucking override values and the values of the configuration, which isn't too hard to do. It's not too hard to do. We'll have it because we've got the values from quarantine from the state file, or from the BGP peer in our state file, and we also have the values that were used and that are currently being used to override them, right? Set for quarantine override. I don't know. Turn the list of peers that are currently set for quarantine override. I don't know. It's definitely an override, so we're just gonna call these override. And then this over here, set an OSP interface cost override. Oh my god. Interface to set the OSPF cost, blah blah blah. The use of OSPF interface cost override requires a state file. Jeez, my eyes fucking itchy, god damn it. Requires a state file. And then over here, so this is where we needed other shit, right? We need to be able to specify an underscore value here so we don't mess with the actual configured value. Fuck. We're gonna have to see how we can do that then. That's even more shit to fix. Remove an OSPF interface cost override. Okay, interface to remove the OSPF cost. For the use of OSPF interface cost override requires a state file. OSPF interface cost override not found. That's to remove it. ICMP wait. Oh my god, there's even more of these. Set an OSPF interface ECMP wait override. The use of OSPF interface ECMP wait override requires a state file. And then remove an OSPF interface ECMP wait override. The use of OSPF interface ECMP wait override requires a state file and OSPF interface ECMP wait override not found. Okay, chat, I'm just gonna quickly grab myself some more coffee here. I'm fucking half asleep at the moment, and then we can see how we're gonna do this. Gonna have to see how we're gonna do this, man. I don't actually know at the moment. We will figure it out, you know. Just give me a few minutes and I'll be right back. And Kendra, you need to sleep a little bit. Don't talk to chat, okay? Kendra, be quiet.
This might be the best joke yet. What biscuit does a short person like? Shortbread. Thanks for the follow Andritsage Storm. Nigel is AFK at the moment, but I'll tell him when he gets back.
Okay, chat, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just slightly longer than I expected. Hey there. Andres JS or Andres Storm. I don't fucking know, mate. I'll just butcher your nickname. There we go. Shall call you Storm. Yeah, I'm so bad at pronunciations, man. Okay, so I don't fucking know what we're gonna do here, right? We can't store this.
Suck, but I got one for you.
Oh god, not again.
How do you make holy water?
How, Kendra? Tell us.
You boil the hell out of it.
Oh my god. God damn it, Kendra. You boil the hell out of it. Sounds like fun. Okay. We want to be able to add something like quarantine on star, where all new peers will automatically be configured with a star, right? Well, will automatically be configured because that thing is set to a star. Unless, of course, what we do over here is something slightly different. We could do something slightly different here. We could say, so the purpose of the star is to do a graceful shutdown for the entire router, right? Why don't we just have BGP graceful shutdown set to true if it's a star? Oh no, are you serious? Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. Give me just 1 second, chat. Give me 1 second, let's see what's going on here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, that's probably not a very good thing at all. Give me a second there. Ungod, just hang on a sec. There's a lot of people complaining about it. Give me a sec. And God, they basically say that they're very sorry for the inconvenience caused, and they are working on it. There's not much more we can do about that, unfortunately. I'm terribly sorry, man. Yeah, hopefully it'll be up soon. I'll invite you to the Discord that has the updates in it. Hang on a sec. Give me a moment so you can check the updates. There we go. I sent you an invite.
But I got one for you. I couldn't get a reservation at the library. They were fully booked.
God damn it, Kendra. You told us that one earlier. You should fucking think before you start speaking. Okay, chat. So, where were we? So, I think the star needs to set the global graceful shutdown option then. Because that's like global between all the peers, right? Unless of course you want the star to be like a path match, which makes things even more complicated. The thing is, we need to be able to override true or false as a value, right? Because say for instance we configure a okay, so a practical use case for this is you quarantine everything. So you can use a command line option then to quarantine star, right? So your config file is set up as per normal without any quarantining. Use a command line option with a star to quarantine everything, and then you should be able to enable them then one by one. That would be most ideal. Right? Which means... how are we even going to do that? I would love to have the star actually working. Well, it did work before. It's not actually working now, right? We could set BGP graceful shutdown equal to true if it's set on a star, but that now will not support like a peer name with a star at the end. maybe give me a moment, chat. Maybe give me a moment. What on earth is going on here? I don't even know. I don't even know, chat. We'll just delete all those mails. I'm scared to even try to comprehend what's going on with those emails, but anyway, where were we? Maybe if it's got a star in it, we can classify it as a wildcard, and all wildcards would be added to the. No, but then how would you go? How would we then do configuration for like a peer that's not been created yet? That's why this was here. Maybe we can do it. Unless we just keep it as it is, sort of. And we just have, but see, then again, I want this to be flexible, man. I want this to be a flexible system that we have. What happens if you have a router, right? And you want to by default quarantine everything, and you just want to enable peers after they've been configured. That is where this would then make sense, where we have like we add a star, we say quarantine true. So in our command line options, we have something like, why is this entire thing open here? What the fuck? In our command line options, we have something like graceful shutdown, add, and then the value of it at the end. Hey then, Everless, how's it going, mate? What may you be up to and what you need help with, man? Give me just one moment. Okay, I'm back. So then what this would then end up being would depend on what type of graceful shutdown thing we're adding, right? So if we then said,
I found a joke. A ham sandwich walks into a bar and orders a beer. The bartender says, "I'm sorry, we don't serve food here."
oh my god, Kendra, you're getting even worse. So if star in peer, then we make sure that that is there, right? And we can then set the peer is equal to maybe the value. Can we add a fucking value here? We can't call that state, that's going to be confusing. I want to deeper into networking, but not CCNA type networking layer stuff like networking admin, just application layer stuff. Do you know any resources? Unfortunately not, mate. I'm not quite sure what one would do to do that, to be completely honest. I don't know off the top of my head, man. On the application layer side, I've got absolutely no idea. I don't know, man. I don't even know what that would be called, like application networking development or something.
Hey Nigel, we have a new follower. Thank you for following Gwendo the Folklore.
Hey there, Gwen, do the folklore. How's it going, mate? Thanks out for the follow, man. Greatly appreciated. Thanks, man. So if we got star in the peer name, it means it is a wild card of some sort, right? Or a pattern match. So instead of add, remove, and show, maybe we need set, remove, and show. Right? Where we set something to a value, because we're going to have to support like enabling and disabling. Set the BGP graceful shutdown override state for a peer. Peer name to set the BGP graceful shutdown. State 4. Pattern matches can be specified with star. Sorry about that, mate. I just really have got absolutely no idea. Okay. Else if peers not in self.state BGP self.state BGP peers equals thingamajiggy. And if peer not in self.state BGP peers in self.state BGP peers, oh, for fuck's sake, BGP peers peer is equal to empty dictionary, and then self.state BGP peers peer graceful shutdown. Oh, for fuck's sake, what am I even doing? Graceful shutdown equals value, right? Does that look good? I think so. So we just have a bit of a fork in the code then. If we check for a star, so if star is in peer, graceful shutdown not in BGP, then set BGP graceful shutdown equals whatever it is, and then self.state. It still doesn't mean, or if we got more than one match or so in the dictionary, we are pretty much fucked. So admin beware. Check if we're a pattern. If we are, set the global graceful shutdown options. Make sure we have the global setting. Set the global setting for this pattern. If this is on a specific peer, then whatever. Make sure we have the peer information for the state, and set the graceful shutdown option for the specific peer. Okay, we don't need this then, right? I don't fucking know. Chat, we'll see. Okay, and then value is going to be a Boolean. State of the graceful shutdown option for this peer. Right. Okay, so that would be, instead of add, we're gonna have to call this set, right? Can we just search for DD? Oh my god, there's quite a couple of them, chat. We're going to change DD to set. BGP command line options for BGP graceful shutdown set. I mean, okay. Can't we just make this BGP graceful shutdown set? Okay. And instead of add, it's going to be set, right? BirdPlan BGP graceful shutdown set. Set. Skip. Set. Skip. Set. Skip. Set.
Nigel, you have too much email. I am going to delete all.
God damn it, Kendra, don't fucking do shit like that. BGP peer set to value. We're gonna fix that now. There's gonna be no value here, right? I don't know, she's crazy on good. It's not that much email. It is quite a fucking bit, but it's not that much. Let's quickly delete some of them before she does that again. God fucking damn it. Okay. So before this option supports multiple peers on the command line, I don't think we can do that anymore. I think we have to specify them one by one now. So this will be nogs equals 1. Add BGP peers or pattern, add BGP peer or pattern to the BGP grace. This doesn't even make any sense. Override the BGP graceful shutdown flag for a peer or pattern. Or peer or pattern. I don't know. Does that make sense, chat? Not quite sure. Okay. Override the BGP graceful shutdown flat. What the fuck? Flag for a peer or peer pattern for a specific peer or peer pattern. Okay. So action is going to be BGP graceful shutdown set. We got the peer. We need one more with the value Flag value, fuck, I don't even know. 1 equals true, 0 equals false. Unless we can set the type to Boolean. Oh, does Python support that? Does Python support the type set to a Boolean? Oops. It would be nice if it had. I see int multiple times. Meta var type helper formatter. What the fuck does that even mean? I don't know. Fuck that. There's a float. I'm looking for Boolean mate. Type. No, the only fucking option they don't fucking have here is Boolean. Oh my dear Jesus. Fuck me in the ass, chat. They don't have... Oh, they do. The Boolean function is not recommended. I'm never going to say anything. It's going to have to be an int. Fuck. And we're going to have to probably fucking check it as well. Can we say peer or pattern? Okay. And pattern match character. Okay. Can we then just fucking set peer equals cmdline.args.peer 0? And we probably need another fucking check over here, right? Check value is valid. I don't even know. If cmd line args value 0 is equal to is in 0,1 not in 0 or 1 BGP BGP graceful shutdown flag value must be 0 or 1. Oh my god, I don't like this. I suppose it's fine. I don't fucking know. Maybe we need to just say true or false. That makes sense. Or yes or no. So the command would be BGP space graceful shutdown space set space peer space yes or true. We're just gonna go with true or false. Fuck it, I don't even care.
Nigel, I am looking at your browser history, and I am not sure I approve you looking at other bots.
Kendra, listen here, mate. Leave my fucking browser history alone. Jesus Christ. Talk about privacy invasion. True or false? Jesus. No BGP peer or pattern specified to set for graceful shutdown. No BGP peer or pattern specified to set for graceful shutdown. If value 0 not in true or false, then BGP graceful shutdown flag value must be true or false. Can just fucking copy this shit, I don't care either. Chat, this is taking so long. We've fucking been here for 4 hours now. We've not made a single bit of like measurable progress here. God damn it, man. God fucking damn it. Oh shit, you know, when Google removes the API keys from Chromium, it's gonna remove them from LibreOffice's Google Drive integration. That's gonna fucking suck for some people. Okay, and this value we need to then test over here. It can either be true or false. So if cmd line.args.value 0 is equal to true, oh fuck, true, then value is gonna be true, else is gonna be false. No two ways about it. That's what's gonna fucking happen, mate. var equals boolean. What the fuck? The if statement can be replaced with var equals boolean test. What does that even mean? Oh, that's actually pretty clever. Value equals boolean. That's actually pretty clever. I like that. That was a good that's probably the best suggestion I've ever had. Cool beans, mate. Jesus. I like VS Code sometimes. Okay, so we can remove the peer list in its entirety from here. We don't need that anymore. Try set graceful shutdown flag. Check if the peer is in the list. Already set. We don't need to worry about if it's already there. Right? Don't think so. We can just call set peer value. BGP peer pattern set to value, and this will be set peer value, right? Hey there, occasional player. How's it going, mate? Thanks a lot for the follow, man.
Follower.
I know, Kendra.
Following occasional underscore player.
Think you can beat me, Kendra? Jesus, mate. Anyway, thanks a lot for the follow, man. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, man. Give me 1 second, chat. 1 second. Where were we? So the value is not in true or false, then we throw an arrow, we set the value equal to the boolean. We don't actually need to comment that. I think it's pretty straightforward. And we set peer value, peer value. Okay, so that is now going to come into here, right? We've got set peer and the value. And if it is anything with a star in it, it's going to set the global. If it's anything, the thing is, this is going to match on anything in any fucking order. We got like no control whatsoever about it, over it. No control. So I guess you must just be fucking careful about what you do there, right? You fuck your system up, not my problem. Peers not in self BGP, self BGP, peers, peer, set graceful shutdown. Okay, so then in BGP, graceful shutdown is over here, right?
I found a joke. How many hipsters does it take to change a light bulb?
Oh no.
Oh, it's a really obscure number. You've probably never heard of it.
Oh my god. So how are we going to do this then? So the peer setting would override the pattern, right? So if BGP in previous state and graceful shutdown in previous state, then we can just fucking set self.graceful shutdown equals true, right? No, sort of. Self.previous state, graceful shutdown, right? So if there's previous state and BGP in previous state and this is the entire previous state, or is this just, no, this is just this specific peer. Okay, so if self to previous state and BGP in self to, why do we have a BGP here in previous state though? That's not right. That's not right, mate. It should be if self to previous state and graceful shutdown in self to previous state. We can actually probably change it. Oh no, we actually have to do that. Okay, so self to previous state and graceful shutdown in self to previous state in self.graceful shutdown equals self to previous state graceful shutdown. But now we probably also have to update the state for this specific peer. Self.state graceful shutdown equals the previous state, or we're going to get overwritten and we're going to lose our value on the second run. Hey there, pixelated coder. Do you have any tips for reading open source project source code? From start to finish? I don't know what you mean, mate. I can understand that generally quite a few projects will not have any documentation and very little comments or so, but it's very rare that they would actually take your hand and help you through it. You would have to try and figure it out yourself majority of the time. If you're talking about kernel programming, I think that they do have manuals and everything on how everything works and stuff like that, but quite a few projects have absolutely nothing. One has to figure it out for themselves. Self.state graceful shutdown. Okay, so this is the configuration option, and this then is the overriding of the configuration option with configuration that is in the state that was set from the command line. And we restore that as well in the new state. We set graceful shutdown equals self.previous state graceful shutdown. Okay, if this is not the case, then it means that there's a possibility that we might have global configuration, right? So we're going to have to probably do a file name match here. It'll be the easiest to get the pattern to match as we need it to match. So it's just fn match, and then we can just use the stars. That's all I'm after, is a fucking star functionality. Okay, so fn match, file name and pattern. There's going to be no file name here, but there's going to be a fucking pattern here. So fn match.fn match. So we need to import fn match. My dear Jesus, look at this. Import fn match. Okay, go back down to our mother lines of code here. It was on line 1200 and fucking something. It was over here, right? So now what we need to check is, if we can't use previous state here, we need to use the full fucking global state variable fucking thing that we have. Oh my dear Jesus, it is a little bit longer than what I thought it would have been, but that should be fine. Fuck it. Fuck it. So chat, just heads up, this is going to fail the first time that we run it. I can fucking guarantee you that right now. Check if we have a global pattern, right? And what we're going to do here is if BGP in...
Hey chat, I found a joke. How does a French skeleton say hello?
Oh god.
Bonjour.
Kendra got that. If BGP in self bird config global state and graceful shutdown is in self.previous, oh no, that's not going to be self.previous state, that's going to be fucking self.birdconf global state BGP. Then we need to do a if fn match.fn match. File name would be the peer name, so self.name, comma, and for each of the options. So if full pattern in fucking this thing over here with this thing over here at the end, graceful shutdown. If fn match pattern so peer specific entries will be prioritized first, then it goes to the global entry. What does that mean for us? We don't need to set the second graceful shutdown thing here, we just need the first one, right? If we do have them loop with them, check for a basic file name match using stars. And then this would then be last, or what is it, break? Is it break or last or fucking, I don't even know, maybe it's break. That should break out of the for loop. So the first one to match then, right? And then this one would be, oh my god, look how long this thing is going to be. That's what she said. Okay. That sets the graceful shutdown value. And that can be deleted. Oh my dear fucking Jesus, chat. Can we just do an elif here even to get rid of one of those indentations?
Oh,
we can't do an
friend
elif.
Jesus chat.
Can't do an elif here, it has to be an else. Oh my dear Fu King Jesus chat. Oh my god. Hey there, yet another null. I hope it's still going great for you on that side, mate. Check if we have previous state to override. What the hell is this previous? Check if we have an override. It would be fine. I don't know, mate. I don't know. We're going down another rabbit hole here, it seems. Okay, well, this is a bit better, maybe. So we got an explicit match on a specific peer, and then we got a pattern match that's a global on any peer, and we're storing the configured value and the overridden value, right? And we don't store this for a pattern because we don't need it, but we do override it. Okay, so this is going to blow up on our face the second we fucking run it. BGP graceful shutdown. Show is not even going to work. But what we can do is we can go set hello star to true. Oh, interesting. BirdPlan.state. I was not expecting that. Well, quarantine is empty for some reason. Underscore graceful shutdown hello true equals true. Well, that's fucking great. Let's try false. Why does it say set to true? See, okay, I take everything I said about VS Code being absolutely amazing and making an awesome suggestion back now. I take it all back. Because it said that what I had was the same as what it suggested. But it's fucking lying to me, mate. It's fucking lying. Where was that? It was fucking Boolean with a goddamn. Oh my god, where was that? That was in fucking graceful shutdown ad, right? It said that it was the same. Fucking lied. Oh shit, I can't undo all of those. It's not a good idea. Okay, so if value is equal to true, then value equals true, else value equals false. That is what we set, and it's got a suggestion there, you see. If the if statement can be replaced with var equals boolean test. No, it can't. We just demonstrated that that does not fucking work. That does not work. That results in it saying true when we set false. How is this possible? As Pylon, simplified if statement. No, mate. It cannot be replaced. You're on fucking drugs or something. Okay, it says true or false, right? Unless I'm on drugs or something. No. No, if the value isn't in true or false, then do that. But why is this then fucking failing when it says it can work? I see what it means. I see what it means. Okay, it's me. It's not UVS code, it's me. The one thing you probably don't want to hear someone say, right? Boolean. We put this little fucker inside of here. That's a bit fucked up actually, but okay. Never mind. If you'll work like that, mate, we can work together then. Okay. Perfect. Let's check our state. Let us see what we've got. Set to false, set to false. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I never knew that YAML supported fucking stars and shit all over the place. Doesn't support a fucking colon, but it supports a fucking star. How does that even make any sense? I don't know. It's me. It's not you. It's me. Okay, so anyway. So we've now got patterns, right? How are we going to determine?
Pornhub is funny. Here is a joke
Oh,
written in one of the
God.
comments.
Not again.
Why couldn't the lifeguard save the hippie?
Oh god.
He was too far out, man.
Oh my god. What the fuck, chat? What the fuck does this even mean? Okay. Okay, so we got like one option now done, ish, sort of, a little bit, maybe not. How are we even going to remove it now? That's the other question. So we need to be able to remove the option as well. Oh my god. Oh my dear fucking god, why do I do this to myself? Okay, let's get the peer name. Let's shove it into remove. So this is going to remove an override. Right. Remove a BGP graceful shutdown flag for a specific peer or pattern. Remove a BGP graceful shutdown override flag for a specific peer or pattern. Okay, that's going to go remove. And it's going to be logs equals 1. Right, we need a pattern character. Right, okay. Okay, fuck man. Now how are we even gonna fucking do this? We can probably copy the add one, right? Sort of, maybe not. Actually, sort of, maybe yes. Let's copy it anyway. And that's just gonna go remove peer. So make sure we have peer make sure we have a peer specified. That's gonna be have a peer specified. Oh my god. No BGP peer or pattern specified to remove the egress or shutdown flag from. Oh my god, that's so long. So long, man. It's a long error message. What does this one here say? No BGP peer or pattern specified to set the graceful shutdown override flag for. No BGP peer or pattern specified to set the graceful shutdown. No peer to set the BGP graceful shutdown override flag for. I don't even know. I don't even fucking know, mate. BGP graceful shutdown flag value must be true or false. BGP graceful shutdown flag value must be true or false. Hey there, Andy Notori. How's it going, mate? What is this then? This project over here, mate. BirdPlan's BIRD Internet Routing Daemon configuration tool. We're busy adding command line options as if it's going out of fashion and making more work for ourselves in the same process. Make sure we have a peer specified. So what does this fucking thing say here? That one's okay, right? Try set graceful shutdown flag. Try, this should be fucking remove. Try remove graceful shutdown flag. Graceful shutdown override flag. God damn it. We don't have override here either. Oh my dear fucking Jesus. Why on earth is that the problem here, mate? Oh my god, we need to put override in the description. Remove a BGP graceful shutdown override flag for a specific peer or pattern. Okay, format document. Fuck you. No BGP peer or pattern specify. No peer or pattern specified to remove the BGP graceful shutdown flag from. I suppose that's a little bit better. Little bit better, mate. Oh, interesting. This is like the part of networking that I never ever bothered with and know nothing about. And a bit, yeah. This is basically configuring that part. Please. I don't even know about all these mails, chat. I'm just deleting them. I'm assuming people can sort it out for me. Anyway, so this is going to be a remove peer. We just need to give the peer then, right? And BGP peer pattern removed, right? And this over here is going to be remove peer. Bam. Oh my dear Jesus. Okay, so all we're basically doing is we change the options, we change the shit and everything around. We now have a remove. We can now remove a pattern that we've added to match BGP peers to put them into graceful shutdown mode. Jesus. Okay, so no peer or pattern specified to remove the BGP graceful shutdown flag from. Try and remove graceful shutdown override flag, for fuck's sake. Why do I always miss that? No peer or pattern specified to remove the BGP graceful shutdown override flag from. And why is there 3 fucking R's there? Jesus Christ, mate. No peer or pattern specified to set the BGP graceful shutdown override flag for. At least I can fucking put override in there, right? BGP graceful shutdown override flag must be true or false. Okay. Does that mean that this is almost good? Perhaps it means it's about to fucking explode again. Okay, now how do we implement the removing of it? That's the other question. I think we can just copy the setting of it. If we copy the setting of it, right? It's got the logic in it to be able to set the value. We're just going to fucking delete the value. Simple enough. Well, that's what I always thought. Remove a peer from the BGP graceful shutdown. What? Remove a BGP graceful shutdown override flag from a peer or pattern. Oh my dear Jesus. Peer name or pattern to remove the BGP graceful shutdown override flag from. Oh my god. Holy hell, 1.6 million lines of code as a project. That is majority of our testing framework. The project itself is 12,000 at the moment. I think it'll maybe end up being about 15 to 20,000 or so. But the testing itself is huge. We do almost every conceivable, we need 100% line of code coverage, so, and majority of those lines of code is the results of the tests themselves. Where we used to write it ourselves out by hand and copy and paste everything, it's now completely automated. So we literally have the testing framework generating the expected results itself, and basically writing out Python files with those results in them. So I mean, I don't know, I suppose you could say it's 1.6 million lines. The testing framework is pretty interesting.
Nigel, I am looking at your browser history, and I am not sure I approve you looking at other bots.
Fuck off, Kendra. Leave my browser history alone. I've told you. Peer name or pattern to remove the BGP graceful shutdown override flag from. The use of BGP graceful shutdown override requires a state file non-loaded. Okay, that's fine. We want to say if graceful shutdown in BGP, then we are going to delete this value, right? And I think we can use del. I'm not fucking sure. We're going to see if that fucking blows up in our face as well. And we just provided with the peer, that is the pattern that we're going to remove. Okay, so raising exception if we don't have a state file loaded, prepared the state structure if it's not got what we need. If BGP not in self.state, return true, return, I guess. We don't need to care. We don't need to care if it's blank. Okay, check if we're a pattern. If we are, set the remove the global graceful shutdown. Oh my god, override. Jesus fucking Christ, I am going to go crazy if I keep forgetting these overrides. Okay, if star in peer, make sure we have the global setting. Remove from the global settings. If this is a specific peer, if peers in BGP and peer in, for fuck's sake, and peer in BGP peers, then check if this peer has an entry in the BGP peers list. Delete the graceful shutdown override flag, and we just go down. Right, that might work. Okay, let us see. So we can't really view it easily. We can just use cat, right? Can we go head 10? Yes, we can. Okay, so what happens if we try and remove hello? Oh shit, that's trying to set hello. Remove. Hang on a second. We've now got. We've only got one. Oh. It set it, seeing as it was not a fucking. Seeing as it was not a pattern, it set it at the peer level. I suppose that's fine. Modbot is back up. Cool stuff, Ungod. Cool stuff. I'm pretty sure you were panicking then for a bit. We need our own bot at some stage, man. That's also something we need to fucking do it. I don't know when. In my dreams we can do it, you know? Are you serious? But is it all sorted out now? Good job. Good fucking job, mate. Okay, so if we go remove hello, namespace object has no attribute peer. What the fuck does that even mean, mate? What the fuck does that even mean? Namespace attribute. What the fuck? It had a fucking S on the end. Fucker. Okay, let's try that again. BGP peer or pattern hello removed, and if we check on our head, hello is now sort of empty. That probably means that we need to do one more check to make sure we clean it up afterwards. Another check is required, chat. If not, oh fuck, what did I just fucking press there? Jesus. Okay, cool. So this is now an empty dict. Remove the peer. Right. Dell, you motherfucker. Oh shit. There we go. Okay, let's see if that works again. So we set hello false, we remove hello, and we should no longer have the hello peer. Fucking aced it. Fucking aced it, mate. But why do we have graceful shutdown over here then? Oh, anyway, doesn't really matter. Let us. Oh shit! If we have a star, we also need to probably do that as well. Let's clean things up a bit, you know. If the result is an empty dict, just delete it too. If not, self BGP graceful shutdown. Del, oh for fuck's sake, self BGP graceful shutdown. Okay. That is not looking too bad, I think. Why was that throwing an error? I don't even know. Okay, so if we now go remove hello star, bam, and we check, and it's gone. And it's gone. Okay, chat. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty fucking good, mate. Okay, so this is going to be a fucking mission. as you can clearly see. What happens if we actually do a configuration now, right? So we've got a peer with a whole bunch of fucking settings in it, with no graceful shutdown added. The problem now as well is going to be the show, isn't it? Because how are we even going to do that? I don't know. Let's see what happens. So if we set the state file, we set everything, and we just go configure. Oh, it's not BGP configure, it's just configure, right? Failed to generate peer name must be set. Wait,
Hey,
what?
chat, did you know? If you went out into space, you would explode before you suffocated because there's no air pressure.
Wait, you would explode? How does that even work, chat? BirdPlan.yaml state file configure. Why is this not working now? Failed to generate BirdPlan config file. Peer name must be set. Wait, what? I don't even understand that. What the fuck? Oh my god, we've got a fucking problem, don't we? Don't we? We've got a fucking problem. How the fuck can it come up with this error? Jesus. That's something I've never seen before. Where is that in our code? What the fuck? Peer name must be set. Yes. Can we say yes? Where the fuck is that even gonna be? In which file? In which file is that? How can it say peer name must be set? That does not make any sense. We've not changed the file at all. There's our oh. Looks fine to me. Maybe it comes from up here somewhere. Wait, what? That's when it's initializing the fucking... What? BGP peer attributes? How does that even work? Maybe. That looks better, somehow. I don't fucking know, chat. I don't fucking know. We need to set the output file to bird.conf. Okay, so that's generating our config file, right? We should still have our state. And we should have... why is our graceful shutdown there blank? Well, it's got graceful shutdown false, but it doesn't have the underscore one. Not sure why that is. Chat, I'll be right back. I just quickly want to grab some more coffee, man. My glass is empty now. I'll be right back. Let me just disable Kendra quickly. Behave, Kendra.
Feature development on LLVM 12.0 has ended along with associated sub-projects like Cling and libc++. Feature work now shifts to LLVM 13.0 while the LLVM 12 stable release should be out in just over 1 month's time. Nigel won't like it if I read out messages when he is not here yet. Another null. Try again when he's back.
Okay, chat, I'm back. Okay, so hey, yet another null. Do you mean Kendra? I hope she's fixed. She shouldn't be saying anything when I'm not here. She's very naughty sometimes though, so I'm not sure. Give me a seckie. Okay. Okay, so if we now set this will shut down, add p star, for instance, set true, right? Okay, and then we do a configuration. See what that looks like. I don't see the graceful shutdown shit here. It should have been set to true, right? But I'm seeing false here. That's weird. Oh, you know why? Maybe it's because inside of here somewhere is a problem. So I don't know if we should be doing this up top here, but I don't know if we should be doing this here.
I just found something interesting. Dreamt is the only English word that ends in the letters mound.
Wait, what? Oh, that's interesting. Dreamt is the only English word that ends in MT. Huh? Yeah, this stuff needs to be, I think, moved up above here. We don't touch any of our configuration anywhere else except here, which is probably not a good thing. We probably need to save what the override is. Okay. Okay, so maybe what we need to do give me a second to think. Oh no, brain code. Thank you, mate. I was just saying, we need to move some of this up top above, and maybe make this a little bit easier to see what's going on. Maybe what we need to have here, is something like if it'll be self dot graceful shutdown override is not none. Then we're going to set this to the override value. Right. And over here we can just set I see we don't even set it anywhere here at the moment. That's probably not good. We can set the normal graceful shutdown. It's probably going to be graceful shutdown like that.
Want to hear a joke, chat? Here it goes.
Not again.
I got hit in the head by a soda can, but it didn't hurt that much.
Why is that?
It was a soft drink.
Oh my dear Jesus. I mean, we can replace almost all of this with just like 3 lines basically. We can probably do the same for quarantine. Right? And then we just need to change how self.graceful shutdown and self.quarantine is used to include the use of the override if it's there or not. Which means we can then remove the state being set here, right? And do all of that up top above where it should be. So we can remove, there's no state being set here, so this can then get moved. There we go, that actually looks much better. Keep our quarantine state, and then over here we can put that, right? And that sort of falls in line then with our AS sets and our IRR queries and shit as well. So that's it, that overrides graceful shutdown if it was in the previous state. If there's a global, if it isn't in the previous state, then if there's a global value for it, it tries to do a match, which this isn't working for some reason at the moment. File name and pattern. The pattern's right. Not quite sure what's going on there. You have to see why this isn't working so great then. So BGP global state BGP graceful shutdown check for basic file name matches using stars. If in the event batch self dot name against pattern self dot graceful shutdown equals underscore graceful shutdown. This needs to be override, and this needs to be override. Those are then going to get used by the property, I think, and this can then get removed. Okay. For quarantine. Fuck. Okay, so it'll be something like that. So we're going to store the overrides then over here and treat them specially with the property we use to check if it's actually enabled. And then down over here, that's going to be quarantined. So that's going to be graceful shutdown equals graceful shutdown, and if it's not none, then self to graceful shutdown equals graceful shutdown override. Quarantined probably has to change to quarantine then, so everything is the same. Anyway, I think we're going to continue with that tomorrow though. This is going to still be quite a bit of work, I think. And then we also have to add in our OSPF things as well, which is what we were doing first, and then we got fucking sidetracked to this shit. But I think we'll continue with this tomorrow morning, man. I don't have too long left today. I don't want to start doing this and then end up halfway through it. Anyway, chat, I hope you guys enjoy your mornings, your afternoons and your evenings, and there's a 99% chance I will catch you tomorrow, man. Have a good one, guys. Cheers, man.